Okay, well, I'm back up. Main camera works, so that's good. Although I do think yeah, it restarted the stream. Oh well, not like it's a big deal. I mostly just took apart a 980 Ti, talked about the Gigatron for a little bit, and then realized I ordered the wrong fans off of Amazon. So I'm not repairing a 980 Ti, but I'll show you what went wrong. So these are the motors. These are the rings, the little magnets. And these are the fans that just completely broke off. Two fans broke off inside the housing, and we're just rattling around. So yeah, that happened. So yeah, that happened. I'm guessing I maybe, so I am running those fans off of like the fan headers on the motherboard, because the fan controls on the GPU itself do not work. Like those fans have never run off GPU power. So basically, I just run them off the fan header, made a little adapter cable to make it work. I'm guessing that those fans have never run ever. I had basically some Noctuas pasted to the front. So the fact they failed in such a short time is interesting. I'm guessing I probably just had them overdriven. It is what it is. Um, I will be right back because I need to grab the manual for the Gigatron. You keep them occupied, though. Sam is slacking. All right. So really, okay. So this is the Gigatron. This is just a. This is the memory expansion. So don't need that right now. Works pretty well. Okay. I've already been bitten so many times by the little goober. It's a good thing he's cute. I like this stuff. Cabo citrus, Baja Blast, something. I don't know. It's good. Kind of vaguely reminds me of the old Livewire, except it's sugar free. I mean, you can get it sugar-free, that is. So Walter Belgers is one of the guys that worked on this project, but the real designer here was Marcel. What's his name? Marcel van. Sure, let's see here. Kervinck. I'm sure I'm butchering it. Sadly, he passed away. Um, I guess his first time soldering was 2016. Um, he designed this thing over, the following 2 years, released it either 2017 or 18, I think, and he passed away by 2020, which is really sad. Um, I genuinely kind of put this guy almost at like Steve Wozniak level. He definitely looked up to the guy. His inspiration for this was, looking at something like the Apple One here, which is what this photo is. But the whole design principle of the Gigatron is, what can you do with these small scale chips without a CPU? And he didn't just want to, he didn't want to just see, what can he do without a CPU, but without even like, a traditional ALU chip. These chips are essentially easy buttons for making computers. He wanted to see what he could do with that low logic level and unconventional design thinking. Um, but yeah, a lot of what drives this computer's capabilities is actually in the software. Um, Programming this thing directly in machine language is incredibly difficult. The design is what's called a Harvard architecture machine, which is where you have separate memory for the program and separate memory for the data. And by keeping that data segregated, you can design the hardware around those separate memories. So one memory feeds in instruction and the other memory feeds in data. So you can make a simpler machine, but it's at the expense of more complex programming. He created in software. Are you biting me? He's not even biting hard. He's just placing his teeth on me. Hello, Tam. He created a virtual CPU in software. So this 8-bit Harvard architecture computer with no CPU, do not bite wires. When I tell him not to bite wires, he bites me instead. Turn around. Ah! Goober? Why do you bite me? That's not very nice. This is what I do. Oh, hello. Um, don't chew on the light. Yeah, he is adorable, and I have lots of evidence. Ah, I, why are you biting so much? He saw family. 12 people packed into 2 rooms. and he was a very good boy. He was nervous and he wanted to hide in his carrier and under the bed, which is fair. There were 12 people, and he only knew a couple of them. But he never bit anyone, he never clawed anyone, although he did understand that my uncle is the reason they were there. So he snuck up behind him and whop, 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 whop. No claws, just snuck up behind him, slapped him about half a dozen times and ran. It was the funniest thing. Yep, he is adorable. This weirdo. Yep, exactly. You are a sweet little goober. I know. He is a tux. But when he loaf, he void. Tux by day, void by night. Gotcha. It's got my manual. Oh, why do you like this? I want to call him a good boy. He is a good boy. Like 2% of the time. That does get annoying, though. Okay. I have been good. I am a lot better now that I have a tooth out. I basically ran around the last month and a half with an open root canal. So that was interesting times. Um, it's okay. It didn't really hurt much. The gums hurt more. I had an abscess. They drilled the tooth out to allow it to drain. That is as disgusting as it sounds. That was my life for a while. I was on antibiotics for a week and a half. What are you chewing back there? This is the life of having cats. You hear random crashes, random chewing noises. Um, so I am sorry, but what they want for a root canal and a crown is absolutely insane. I got a crown 2 years ago and it cost me about 2 grand. The root canal alone this year, 1,800. That's insane. That's not even counting the crown. That's on top of the tooth being initially drilled for draining. That was like insurance did a pretty good deal there. I only paid like 200 something out of pocket for that. So I'm not complaining there. Could have been better. Oh yeah. Medical and dental prices have gone through the roof. It is insane. My plan for my retirement is if I get sick, I'm going to die. That's about it. That's about it. I do have a retirement savings set up, but it's like, what is it going to be like in another 20 years, you know? I, it's crazy times, I tell you. But, yeah, living, survival in this economy? Yeah. So, this is the big project for the day. I I didn't notice you get in immediately. Did you catch me discussing what this was? Anyway, this is the Gigatron. It was designed by a guy named Marcel van Kervinck. I am probably butchering that. But yeah, so this guy, yeah, it's a computer without a CPU. It's without even a traditional ALU, an arithmetic logic unit. Yeah, my stream, my video froze up and I had to restart OBS. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. But I went up to a place. So I had to travel to get this root canal done, and I went up to suburbs around Minneapolis, St. Paul in Minnesota, and I went to this place. I love this place. It's actually a couple stores. It's called Axeman Surplus, and they have pretty much everything under the sun. I went to the St. Louis Park location. I highly recommend the place. It is fun. They will just take random bits and just, they are absolutely eclectic, artistic. I love that place. Um, the monitors are behaving now. It's just my cameras were frozen on OBS. So, um, I started working on repairing a 980 Ti. The fans, two of the fans broke off the hubs and fell out. And then the hubs were just spinning loose. I ordered fans and I was an idiot and somehow managed to buy ASUS fans and not Gigabyte fans. So I get to reorder parts. So yeah, fun times. So I started the stream out by taking this apart, which was very finicky because the screws for the shroud go into the heatsink, but the heatsink screws are on the side and you can't get to one side. When I originally worked on that, I actually had to take the heatsink completely off, and I had figured it was a good time to repaste it. I didn't want to repaste it, so I took out 3 screws and I'm crying by the 4th. So whatever, I'll live. So Gigatron, that's my project for today. 7:30. All right. Well, get on with it. So Marcel, he first soldered in 2016. That was his first time soldering. By 2018, he'd released this kit, which is one of the most beginner-friendly, complicated kits I've ever seen. Like this thing, if you've never soldered before, if you've never worked with electronics, this manual will actually teach you about how to solder, about how to recognize parts. It'll go through the whole process, and it's genius. So yeah, this is all stuff I know, but like like that's like next level. It's one thing to be good at a skill. It's a whole different level to be good at a skill and be capable of teaching it. Finding them for purchase is still possible. They don't sell the official kit anymore, but after they sold out the initial run, they basically open sourced it. So let's see. So this is the block diagram of the whole thing. This is basically the how it works. I'm gonna be completely honest. I have a vague concept of how this works, but the vCPU aspect of it and the exact flow of how it's doing the logic is so far beyond me that I haven't worked it out yet. This thing is a level of genius that blows my mind, which makes me extra sad that Marcel passed away in 2020. He only did electronics for 4 years. And looking at this kit, it's my personal opinion. This is just my opinion, but I feel like I feel like he was probably on the level of Steve Wozniak. That's the kind of electronic creator that this guy was. And I'm sad that we will never see another project from him. I I'm going. Oh yeah, the manual's online. So I initially went to eBay to buy the kit. I found it there for $199. I put it on my watch list to come back to it at payday. And when I came back to it at payday, it was $299. So then I'm like, well, the, I can get the board for $30, and I know I know how to buy the parts, and I can spend about 150 to get everything. And I asked the seller, it's like, listen, I saw that it was at 199 literally a week ago. If you'll, let me make that offer, I'll buy it on the spot. And his response was, I wish you luck in your endeavor. I have never seen more polite telling people off than on eBay. It's, I had to laugh at that response. Um, but yeah, so there's a kit on eBay. It's $300. Um, 10 minutes later, I turned around and found two kits for sale on Tindy for, I think it was $165. Yeah, yeah. I got family from Mississippi, so I know exactly what bless your heart stands means. Yep. That was the eBay bless your heart. But yeah, so literally 10 minutes later, I find the kit on Tindy for $165. Tindy is broken, and I didn't notice. So when I made the purchase, it double charged me. They refunded it, but then the site broke an hour later and was down for a week. That was a very nerve-wracking purchase. But it showed up. I don't know if the site is up. Let's see. Just the case? Or is that just the board? Oh, those are nervous sounds. Good cat. I have no idea. Okay. Oh, that is not Timber. That is why. I did a brick. Oh, I hate those. Alright, we'll do that. I may have look this way. All right, all right. I think this is the one. Damn, what are you doing? Excuse me, I have a cat to deal with. What are you doing? I see your tail, you Gilbert. No, that's fine. He found a box. It's inside a box. I'll allow it. He shouldn't be back there, but he's also inside a box, and that's the natural habitat of cats. So I just have to be. Yeah. Okay. I've got an HP 9825 sitting behind me, and it is kind of buried at the moment. So, um, yeah. 41C. Um, is that the one that took the little cartridges? I'm gonna be right back. Don't mind me. I'll be gone for just a moment. Back. 41CX. Yeah. Don't know if the batteries are any good on this thing. Check these weird little, what are these? N cells. What a weird battery. Yeah, I think they're dead. Yeah, those are dead. That is a shame. I should almost see if I can. Oh, how do those even go in? Oh, there's the markings. So plus, minus, plus, minus. Yeah, that's right. Couldn't find the markings. I think that's dead. Probably shouldn't leave the batteries in it, but nice. it really is something else, like just what you can do with 3D printing these days. That is a, yeah, that's a genuine HP case. It's kind of neat. N-type batteries. Stupidest thing. Honestly, I think a great option would be to find lithium cells that would fit that space and then just make like power, delivery, um, and then just have you could print like a replacement back cover, give it like a little USB-C plug, charge a lithium cell and just have it do power delivery for the contact. That would be really neat. I bet someone's done it already. I wouldn't even be surprised. But yeah, how's my audio level? I have no idea how to sound right now. So, oh, it's quiet. Huh. OBS is practically redlining. Yeah, here we go. How's that sound? I do think there's some noise canceling because I do have a solder fume extraction fan going. All right, we'll run with that. This this design, like, it boggles my mind. The guy started this project wanting to basically wanting to create just a simple computer with no CPU, see what could be done with just the absolute minimum of components. And his original goal was to run like something like a 8x8 grid of LEDs, something real simple, something you could maybe do like tic-tac-toe or something like that. In the end, he did 64 color VGA graphics, one 160 by 120 pixels. So it's like each pixel is a 4x4 square on VGA, but still, you know, that's still really impressive. And then on top of everything else, I mentioned how the Harvard architecture, the way it's designed, is actually really hard to program for. Um, yeah, I, I. So he designed a virtual machine that runs a 16-bit CPU virtualized on an 8-bit machine. Like, oh wow, that's pretty neat. Well, I hope that's very successful because that's important stuff. So one of the things that makes this system work is the fact that it's not CPU, essentially just, bit bangs the data from memory to the shift register that drives the VGA. So whenever it's drawing, it's not doing anything else. Which means that if you add scan lines, you add processing time. So this thing has a built-in option to where you can switch between full resolution, drawing one scan line, two scan lines, or three blank scan lines to get a slow medium slow, medium fast, and fast processing speed. And I have a circuit here called the video repeater, and it is a cool little circuit because what it does is it adds what's called a first in, first out RAM. It'll read that first line from the Gigatron, and then it'll repeat that line 3 more times, and then it'll load a new line in. And what this lets you do is you can run the full image without the scan lines while letting the Gigatron process. It lets the Gigatron not have to render those scans and get more processing time, so it runs faster. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm probably going to pull a Dave Jones and not look at the manual. So, yeah, Dave Jones is an Australian engineer with a very well-known YouTube channel. Oh, that's the crazy thing. So this thing is a Harvard architecture processing system, which means the program code and the data code is stored as in 2 separate memory areas. The ROM chip that this uses is actually a 16-bit ROM. So it has 8 bits applied to data and 8 bits applied to instructions. The actual arithmetic logic unit is this area here, made out of small chips. The X register is here. The program counter is here. Okay, so X register, low address, high address, the Y register, data register, and instruction register. There's some different bus decoders, including what they call the accumulator. That's actually a decoder, like an address decoder. Like this thing is doing things that I've not deciphered. It is unique. It is an interesting design. It's my opinion. This is Steve Wozniak levels of how did you do this in so few chips? This is some very abstract logic that makes sense to someone who understands it. To me, this is a mystery. I am also realizing I have parts bags sitting in front of my microphone, so how does this sound? But anyway, so this thing, it gets crazier because, like I said, it's an 8-bit processor without a dedicated CPU. There are components of a processor. You've got the X register, you've got a Y register, you got a program counter, you've got an instruction register and a data register, and you have a control unit, half of which is made up of diodes. Oh, is that clear? Yeah, I had parts bags sitting in front of the microphone. Can you tell I don't do this often? Yeah. So, anyway, question is, in order to get the video repeater board, I wanted the RAM expansion board. The only way I could get the boards at the time was to just order a kit of all the blank boards with no parts. So when I got this, I found out that this version of the memory expansion uses GAL chips, gate array logic, which have to be programmed, and I didn't want to use those because Marcel's original memory expansion design uses 4 chips and a RAM to not only do the RAM expansion, but to add 4 SPI serial ports. Yeah. So this memory expansion has 2 SPIs, 3 logic chips, and wait. No, that's... Oh, that was the other RAM expansion. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, either way it works out. Huh. That's interesting. Well, I still want the style one anyway, so. Wow, yeah, I am just realizing that I had the schematic for one, the board for a second, and wanted the design for a third, or actually the original. This board is the design for the original. So this is the Marcel design, and this is the one I want to stick with. So that being said, I have a green memory expansion, a black video repeater. I don't need the old Pluggy McPlug face. I'm going with the new Pluggy McPlug face 2, which is much more capable. And I believe you weren't in when I was talking about my Axeman stuff. So this Axeman store that I went to up in the Minneapolis suburbs, I I found 8 of those 7481 ALU chips. The chip that is the reason Marcel went with a no CPU design here, because he didn't want to use a CPU and he didn't want to use an ALU because these are hard to come by. I found 8 of them and paid $1.25 for each. I also got some line decoder chips, some keyboard decoders, and display driver chips. Spent like 75 cents for these chips, $1.25 for those. And then you are making me very nervous, Sam. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, you gotta get down there. Nope, nope, that is a disaster waiting to happen, buddy. Alright. And I bumped my camera. Say hi, Tam. Please don't bite me. Okay, you're going down. Being a little goober. What did I literally... Oh, they're right here. Also found some 7483 adders and MOS 8563. This is a Commodore 128 graphics chip. Just between 75 cents and $1.25 is what I paid for those chips. Uber. He was on the verge of knocking over some things by my 3D printer, and I did not want that to happen. Uber. So, this was a really neat find. I also bought some theater gels, some red, green, and blue. Basically, like 2 foot by 1.5 feet. Like, what is that? 60 by 45 centimeter. Basically, plastic sheets, one red, green, and blue. Basically, the idea is you cut out filters to go over LED segment displays, and it helps with the contrast. So, got that. Got a 10-foot USB extension cord. Got some measuring cups for kitchen. And I got, where'd it go? A Honeywell locking toggle switch. So you cannot switch this without pulling it. This specific part number is for Boeing landing gear, and Honeywell makes it, and it's a cheap Honeywell switch. It's $90. That is genuinely cheap for a Honeywell switch. So Honeywell is well known for making the switches for the Apollo capsule, the lunar lander, and space shuttle. So this is a replica Honeywell switch. You can see they have this kind of unique tab lever style. It's got grips on it. Trying to find a good focus spot. But yeah, they did this design so that, you know, they could grip it easily with the gloves. And then they got like guard wicket here. This is a replica because I cannot afford real Honeywell switches. This switch, as a genuine Honeywell, was about a $300 switch for one part. The orange silicone there is on the real switch is a hermetically sealed, like they're airtight. This switch, that's just cosmetic. It's not a real seal. This, like I said, this is just a replica. There's a place they sell on eBay. Herculean. Herculean Designs on eBay. So it's a machine shop in Massachusetts. They make these reproduction switches. You can get the individual switch for like 15 bucks. You can get them with the guards for 20 bucks. You can get them space shuttle style or Apollo style. Carry on, buddy. He's just chewing on paper, which is fine, but he's chewing on paper, which is better than chewing on plastic, which he likes to do as well. Okay, what about the bill of materials? Turn off the microscope, do you? Okay. It's a little above my it's a little above my experience set there. My mic is literally a Dell soundbar. Um, he's just going at that paper. Just found a paper bag to tear on. I mean, you can send a link. I'll take a look. I don't know if I'm going to have any useful opinion, but I can look. But yeah, like I said, I think I'm going to Dave Jones this one. He, back during the first run of the kits, uh, a lot of kits got sent out, and a lot of people built these on stream. My goodness, this was almost 10 years ago. Dave Jones notoriously just built his without ever opening the manual. But you can do that. And the reason being is every part is labeled on the board. You don't need to, you know, guess at anything. So that's pretty cool. So, first question here, and I'll take input. I am genuinely curious. All right. So, in order to get the video repeater, I ordered a second board kit that was just the boards only. And those boards are black. But I ordered boards for the memory expansion. These came green, and I have the main board in blue and black. I'm kind of leaning blue, but thoughts. I kind of don't mind having every board mismatched colors. I don't mind that. The the Pluggy McPlugface 2 is a blue board, so that'll match. Because it is basically the same board. Oh, this is newer. I don't think there's any revision changes. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, it is a different revision. 2012 versus 2022. All right. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of like the blue, which I think will be a nice contrast with. So that will sit there, and then this will sit. This will sit there. Yeah, I'm gonna go blue. Not just I do like the blue, but I like the mix of things here. Just I like that it looks kind of janky. Nah, if only this board were red. So I'm gonna keep this around. Maybe I'll build another one someday. Definitely got the board for it. So the most critical, of course, I've got so many extra boards. I ordered these boards myself, which means they came in a batch of 5. I don't need this board. I don't need this board. So these are all extras. Get those out of the way. So these 4 boards are the main ones. I'll deal with the expansion boards later. For now, I still got to modify this part. I don't know if I want to use my good clipper on that. I use my second best clipper on that. So the problem with these text tool 0 insertion force sockets. Looking for the microscope button. You can see how wide the pins are. They're actually too wide to fit in the hole. The reason they're wide like that is they're actually folded over. I don't want to cut them, but I kind of have to because they physically won't fit in the board. So I was going to do this beforehand, and I totally forgot. Okay. I'm going to try to adjust the zoom. So you don't want this like. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a huge pain. I don't have depth perception on this microscope, so it's not the easiest to deal with here. Oh, I also realized I haven't switched my glasses. I will be right back. Okay, yeah, no wonder I couldn't see. I had my far vision glasses on and not my near vision glasses. That helps a lot. Okay. All right. So what is the alignment on this? Looks like the inside needs to be trimmed. This is still not ideal. These glasses are just an out-of-date prescription. Oh my gosh, my eyes are crossing. So, this is suffering. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna take the glasses off. This is so finicky. So the question is, enough for it to even go in? I can't tell because there's just not enough taken off. Mm. Thank you. Yeah, I wish they would just make these with narrower pins, but you know, they got their reasons, I guess. At least it's copper, so it's actually trimming easily. It's not like it's putting up a fight. It's more just getting everything aligned is the hard part. The hard part is proving itself to be an accurate statement. Okay, so will this go in? It's going in at least part way. I am fine with it if it only goes in part way, but I can get a good solder joint. As long as I can get a good solder joint, I'm happy with it. Well, the fact these are cutting through cleanly means it is probably safe for me to use these. These clippers that I'm using right now cost me $120. They are extreme flush cut clippers, and oh my god, I don't like that. The cut these things to is incredible. But my last pair, I got greedy, cut something too hard, and I broke the tip off. And I was very, very sad. All right. Well, you have a good one. Oh, you're coming back. All right, that's fine. Do what you gotta do. That's fine. They can handle it, but still makes me nervous after I bust one of these already. Hi, Tim. Hey, buddy. He is rubbing against my leg. That's very adorable. And he's gone. Well, this certainly works well. I wish I could see half of what I was doing. At least I'm over a quarter of the way done. Oh, that is finicky, though. I'm not even holding this in the microscope. welcome back. And I knew that was going to happen. I like this clipper, but sometimes it is dangerous. I just pulled out a sliver of metal. Almost halfway done. It is working well. I think I'm letting these get wider, and I don't like that. Because if I don't trim them short enough, and they end up too wide, they're going to be next to impossible to properly trim. Don't want that underneath. Let's see. Be right back. Just realized I want to capture all the slivers. And I need a new roll. So the water is just intended to make sure the paper towel holds on to anything that hits it. Okay. Oh, that's annoying. I need new glasses. Very badly need new glasses. I really hope these fit. I've had to do this modification before, and it's annoying, but not the end of the world. I just really wish I weren't having to waste my time with it. I said, my biggest worry is that it don't trim enough, and then there's such a little amount left to be trimmed that it doesn't want to fit, and then it's hard to trim, but hopefully this just goes in. And I think there's a few that are still too wide. It's close. I think what I need to do is trim at an angle. That way they're guaranteed to start, and then I can rely on the fact that, you know, I just add force and it will hopefully shape these pins. They may be a little rough around the corners, but I'll take that. So basically, by putting a slight angle on the pins, I'm just hoping to make it to where they can start into the hole, and then just let force kind of shape the pins and or the hole so that things just sort of force a fit. I don't mind if the pins or the hole gets a little mangled as long as it's physically intact and I can do a solid solder joint. That did it. The pins all go far enough to at least touch the other side. That's all I need. So this is halfway done. So I just got to do the other side now. And I'm just going to start all of them at an angle. If I had any sense, I would have streamed my play of Pocopia. I am 5 minutes from beating the game, and didn't stream a single moment of it. It just never occurred to me to do so. That game, that game is cracked for me. I cannot believe how addicted I am to that game. I wish I wish I could have been a fly on the wall in that pitch meeting when someone basically says to the Pokemon company, hey, we got this idea. Let's take Pokemon and combine it with Animal Crossing, Minecraft, Dragon Quest Builders. Oh yeah, and let's make it post-apocalyptic. Like, how that got approved is beyond me, but it is a gem. I still think it's so funny that there's a post-apocalyptic Pokemon game out there. Yeah, I keep playing games that I really should stream, and it never even occurs to me to do so. Usually when I stream, I'm thinking more like, building stuff. But I played like 3 months of Factorio. I think 1 week I may have put more hours into Factorio than I did working, which is pretty insane. And all it cost me was my sleep. I also went a week without logistics, not because I didn't have them, but because Tam stepped on my keyboard and quit the game as I unlocked them, and I didn't realize I'd unlocked them. And I just never went back and checked. Little stinker. Okay, this definitely needs more taken off. Huh. My life changed when I discovered logistics in Factorio. Yep. Okay, let's see if this fits. Okay, that side fits. That side fits. I am comfortable with that. It rides a little high, but I will deal with it. I can see every single pin come through. Yep, I'm good with that. So that is a success. I'm just going to wrap up all these little slivers because I don't want to run into those later. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, for sure. Indeed. All right. All right. Get rid of the lead free. Give me that eutectic. There we go. Lead free is for work. I cannot believe what a roll of this costs these days. It's insane. I'm gonna look that up. It's not a bot. Finally. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna switch over to the browser. So this is Kester solder on DigiKey. 1 pound roll. That's insanity. Cheapest one, $165 for 1 pound of solder. This is insane. I remember buying these for $20 a roll. Yeah, that is a perfect emote for that. Yeah, this is insane. I when I saw this last year, because this stuff is from 2008. Um, yeah, this stuff is from 2008. Um, right there. This is a pretty old roll. I think we spent $40 a roll back then for the lead free stuff that's got silver and copper in it. And the leaded stuff, I think I only spent like $20 a roll for it back then. This is insane. So yeah, I only use that for work because it's a requirement. Honestly, I like working with lead solder better. It has better flow, better adhesion. So, all right. So this fits tightly, very tightly. It works though. So I will roll with that. I'm happy with how that turned out. So this kit comes with sockets for the RAM and the ROM. Though I will not be using the ROM socket that came with it. I'll be using mine. Hello, Tam. This is dangerous time now, so you cannot come up here. No. You can come in my lap. Your tails out, squish it. Adorable. This goober. He's calm now. No, 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 no. Tamp, stop it. Stop it. That's bad. No biting. How? I have a divot. Goober. I let you get away with way too much, kiddo. Stupid, adorable goober. I'm petting him. He bit me and I'm petting him. So, for the memory chip, I'm going to go with this thing. This is a weird little socket I found on eBay for real cheap. And it's just a regular machine pin socket, just like this, except it has ejection levers. So, neat. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to solder this to the board where the RAM chip goes, and then I can either plug the RAM chip directly into this socket, or I can have the socket underneath the memory expansion board plug into that. And it's got these little ejection levers. It's kind of neat. So that's what I'm going to be using for that. When I bought this, I literally had no intended purpose for it. I just thought that's an interesting socket. Now I have a use for it. So this here is the ROM chip. It is pre-programmed with version 6 of the software. And that's another thing that just blows my mind. So the way this computer works, it's a Harvard architecture system, which means that program, instructions, and data are separate in two separate parts of memory. But when you send programs to this, you send standard von Neumann instructions for 16-bit virtual CPU. This thing in ROM executes a virtual 16-bit CPU with standard modern von Neumann architecture instructions, where you have unified memory for instructions and data. And it executes that on a virtual CPU written in code in the ROM that executes on this 8-bit CPU-less processor. I'm dumbfounded by just all of that. Like, this thing is such a simple computer that it has to have instructions and data in separate memory areas and fed through two separate pipelines for it to even function. But this thing, it has not only this virtual 16-bit von Neumann CPU essentially running as a virtual CPU on this hardware. All the software written for this thing is written not in the native assembly, but in this virtual CPU assembly. and it has a 6502 emulator built into it. This has a built-in Apple One emulator. I'm blown away by this. Yeah, I am so sad that that guy passed away. I would love to have seen what he could have come up with. Yeah. So, these are the LEDs that came with it. I bought parts. Oh, that's the FIFO RAM. So what is that part? So a lot of these parts here are for the expansions. Oh, that was so close. I bumped the mouse and it almost hit stop stream. Okay. Okay. All right, so these parts are for later. These parts are my LEDs. Bought a bunch of different colors. And I went with a relatively unique style just because I wanted something different, you know? Bought 10 each of these just because I thought they were kind of cool. They're little square LEDs. And I got a bunch of different colors. I just thought they would be kind of neat. And he's found his toy mouse. So I just wanted something different. So that's what I went with. Should be a nice little variety of colors there. That's for later. That's for later too. It's typically all for later. So, one thing I don't have, I wish I did have it, and I haven't ordered it because the truth is I don't know exactly what part to order. But this thing has a game controller port, standard 9-pin. Let's see. What's another thing I can do? Get this thing focused for. There we go. That's a lot better. So you can get these little Famicom controllers. Looks like, you know, like an NES controller, like the Japanese style one, that has this connector. And that's the default device used. It's actually, I think it's actually like a clone Famicom controller. I gotta find one. I don't have it. Um, but I can still technically use the machine because this plugs into here and it puts a PS2 keyboard socket here. So I can use a keyboard with this thing. So that's what this is for. This also has an SD card reader and a little microcontroller. The keyboard adapter has more processing power than this whole thing. But that's just kind of how it goes these days. All right. Yeah. Interestingly enough, this was designed long enough ago that it uses a micro USB. Go figure. This is R4, 5, and 8. That's crystal. This is the fuse. R9. Even the individual components are all labeled. All right, so the kit, the instructions suggest starting with the capacitors because these are all decoupling capacitors. If one of them is damaged or whatever, it's not the end of the world. However, I'm going to start with the resistors because that makes sense if you're not learning to solder for the first time. So, it's 1 or 2, 3, all right, so those are all accounted for. So let's do R1. All right, where's R1? R1, 1 mega ohm. Yep, that's right. So actually, let's do this. I wonder if it's going to fit. He's hyper and looking at the window, and I busted my nail. What the world? Go faster. Okay, it's definitely not going to make it lengthwise, but it should do fine widthwise. That'll work. That's awkward. Okay. Should do. All right, that'll work. So R2. I can make a joke and install diode 2 next. All right. R3. Down a little bit because that light is still not helping. It does help on the camera though. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the fun part. When you first start out, okay, that's R9, okay, R1, R2, R19. All right, I see how it is. Yeah, that's R7, R6, which is this type. R3. It's a little all over the place. Okay, so R6 is down here. R7. Okay, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 13, 15, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18. So these all go into the VGA circuit. So that means there's 3 more resistors. So R19, that's actually one of these. So R19 is up here. Okay. R10. That's one of these. So I've only got to find one resistor now. Okay, so that's R10. All right, let's do this. Just through there. One of those are accounted for. That one's accounted for. These two. That one. Here. No, wait, that's R6. That's accounted for too. No, that's that. There it is. That's the one. Right, right there. All right. I think yours has a little more oomph. I I gotta grab something. Ugh, trying to think. Did I show you those? Oh, oh, pinched my knuckle between my knee and the workbench. Trying to remember, did I show those books, Misha Mawald, her Silicon Retina, Randall Beer and his Virtual Cockroach, and what's the other book? Yes, yeah. So that was, I thought that was you. So these are two other books that I was reminded of all the weird things to make me think of a book. Are you familiar with the YouTube series The Amazing Digital Circus? These two books made me think of that. Oh, I'm on WebView. Yeah, that would help. This this is that is a cover. That is indeed a cover. So these I know I didn't show before. Um, this is a cover. This is, oh yeah, absolutely. Like right around that time too. I I read an interview from this guy, 2001. Yeah, yeah, you're dead on there. I enjoy reading these old kind of AI things. Yeah, I I described this cover as Ed Gein's Android. That is an image. But it's funny because I've been watching that series on YouTube, um, and it reminded me of this guy. Um, they basically they basically have this story about some company that created a generative AI in 1996, and it kind of people got uploaded into it. Um, and it's been an entertaining series, but the parallels to this make me wonder if someone writing for that series didn't play this game. Um, so there was a computer game that came out in 1996 called Creatures, and the the creatures in the game, think of it like a Sims game. You don't control the characters, you modify their environment, and then they interact with that environment. So it was like an early Sims concept, except the characters had, I want to say, was it like 1,000 neural network or something? Like, it was crazy, like for 1996. And there's so many parallels between one of the characters in that series and this, along with just the whole idea of AI in 1996. Like, it, it's making me have questions. There, yeah, it's weird. It's definitely weird. Um, but yeah. So, okay. Last resistor, that was R7. That goes here. I love that they have all these small scale TTL logic gates, and then they're like, oh, we need one more AND gate, so we're just gonna use two diodes and a resistor. I love that. So TTL diode resistor logic, one gate. I love that. So R17 and 18 are the horizontal and vertical fold uh, outputs. So these resistors, they basically exist to take the 5-volt TTL signal and drop it down to the appropriate voltage levels that the VGA signal expects. Um, so these two resistors are handling the horizontal and vertical sync signals. They have their own value. And then these two resistors here, these form the the voltage divider that does the RGB signals. Um, all right, loosen this up a bit because do this really? Maybe we do that. Yeah, that'll work. That actually works really well. This guy in a 2003 interview, Steve Grand, is a British dude who is kind of the lead designer on that video game. He he was interviewed by a magazine back in 2003, and they were asking, like, what do you think the future is, of artificial intelligence and computer intelligence stuff. And he was just straight on like, modern CPUs, what we're using right now is a dead end. And he points out that we don't need faster CPUs. What we need are simpler CPUs massively in parallel. That's basically what we do with GPUs and AI right now. That's I think for anyone in AI that would have been obvious even back then, but it was really neat seeing it said out loud back then, you know? Oh, absolutely. It's funny that many years ago, and I don't know if I even still have the diagram. So I think I did it on paper first. I don't know if I even got it into a computer. I I wanted to see if I could design a neuron that would work on Xilinx CPLDs. And I wanted to create it as simply as I possibly could. And what it was only 5 bits. It was a 5-bit, so 32 levels. And actually not the little bug. This was, oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I kind of almost stepped on his paw. Not hard. So this would have been kind of a next generation design. I came up with, it was just simply 2 adders, and they had a toggle to where they could add up or subtract. They only went 1 bit at a time, so I was able to reduce the complexity down to just like a very simple adder. Um, and the way it worked was one adder handled the weight, and the other adder handled the inputs, the stimulus input, whatever. And the way it worked is I had a simple 5-bit comparator that would look whenever one adder had gone higher than the other. And the idea was that whenever the stimulus input would exceed the weight value, it would fire the output and reset the stimulus back to 0. It would also increase the weight by 1. I had an input that would subtract from the weighted input. And the idea was I would have a very slow pulse rate that would pulse the weighted input counter, so that it would slowly decay over a long period of time. But whenever you fired it, you would, actually, I have it backwards. The weight would reduce every time you fired it. So it would have a lower threshold to fire. So the more you fired the neuron, the easier it was to fire. And then you had the decay pulse, which would add to the weight. So it increased the number, making it harder to fire. So it was a purely digital domain. There's no analog in this, but I figured if I fed pulses into a capacitor and then had kind of like like a voltage controlled oscillator, just a real simple, like, could be a transistor circuit, or like just like a little feedback loop on a, basically it was just a small analog input through a capacitor, so that every pulse would increase the voltage coming into it. I could feed that through just a very simple transistor oscillator to create digital pulses based on the voltage of that input. So I could take multiple inputs, integrate them, and then create a digital pulse rate, which I could feed into the input of that neuron, and it fit on the smallest. I could fit, I think I could actually fit a couple of these neurons on the smallest 95 X95 series CPLDs from Xilinx. And it's just, this was back in like 2005, 2006. I always wanted to build that out and see if I could make something out of it. I even ordered, if I can find them, they may actually be in the top shelf. No, I know they're not, because I ordered a ton of Xilinx stuff back in the day. Oh, those are big Xilinx chips. Well, not big by now, by today's standards, but I got them. Oh yeah, these little guys. I bought so many of these and I never did anything with them. It's 9536 XC9536 XL 44 pin PLCC. I just wanted to just make a board that was just a grid of these and just make my little neuron circuits on them and just mess around with them, you know? I even got some like BGA ones just to see if I could work with them, but that was too much of a hassle. There's a few ideas I wanted to try out and mess with, and I never got around to those projects, which is sad, you know? But, other projects and things like that. And honestly, as much as I enjoyed all the 90s AI stuff, it's gone so far beyond anything I ever experimented with, and there's, you know all about that. It's there's a lot more being done with that stuff nowadays. Though I think that 90s era was kind of a magical time for AI because it was such a Wild West kind of experimental time, I think. There's the R12. So these are the even numbered ones. Make sure I don't swap them. And I am absolutely the type of person who wants all my resistors oriented the same way because they have to be. I've seen boards put together where the resistors are randomly flipped either way, and it's oh, I know what you mean. It's if there's any lesson I can give to people, the most valuable resource you will ever have is time, and there's never enough of it. One of my most productive periods in my life was from 2019 to the end, basically the start of 2021, and 2022 included. I I did so much with the Kerbal Desk project during that time, and it's honestly because I was primarily working a part-time job at the time, and I had the opportunity, just due to my circumstances, I'd been let go from a lab position because they had downsized their labor force. It is what it is. Um, but I was getting unemployment right when all the supplement stuff with COVID started happening. And so I was also still working part time at a machine shop. So I was working, but not enough to count as part time. So I still qualified for the unemployment. So during weeks when I didn't have enough work, I would qualify for the unemployment to make up that difference. But because I was on the unemployment, I got the $600 supplement from that as well. I ended up putting away like $5,000 in savings just in that 1 year from extra money coming in. And so I took that time to, like, I was happy working with, you know, the, uh, I was happy working with the, part-time job. I had so much extra time for my own projects. I'll tell you what, I will take a job that consumes fewer hours but doesn't necessarily pay as much. As long as it's enough for me to get by, I'll take that time every time. Time is too worthwhile. All right. So I got the resistors in. Soldering iron is on. Need a little bit of water for the sponge. I've got the brass wool. I've got one of these, and it works nicely for like when you need to like really clean the tip, like when it's oxidized. But I am a traditional wet sponge soldering type of guy. I just like it better. All right, let's see if I can get my fume extractor to stand up properly and a little closer here. Come on. Oh, I've been told this thing has some crazy ground planes, but wow. That 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 took a little resistance. Right. Trying to get accustomed to looking at the monitor. I don't have depth perception with this, which is a little awkward and annoying. I'm also not focused on the bottom of the board because it's sitting at an angle. Here we go, first solder to the board. Actually, these ones are big enough. I could just do this by eye. The Hall circuit boards that I build for work have the tiniest through holes. It's ridiculous. And they are just a pain to solder because I can't see them well. They are really easy to bridge too, which sucks, but like I said, I am getting used to using the microscope and the screen. I just got to get accustomed to, looking at the screen and not the circuit board. And this is not going to help me at all in doing that. Oh well. Okay. I can trim these. I've seen some people that solder as many things as they can and then go and trim it all in one go, and I'm like, it's easier to just solder it in little bits at a time. I really, really want to get back onto the Kerbal build because, it has been way, way too long. but it is nice to do a little project here and there that's different. All right, so all right. Let's look at the oh, how do they even have this arranged? Yeah, that's D3 and D4. Oh, oh, that's okay. D1 is the big one, so that makes sense. Where's D2? Okay, D2 is the power light. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are these 4 LEDs. So D1, D2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That makes sense. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. Why? 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. That's all the diodes. So that covers everything. All right, so 2 of these get mounted this way. All right, so this is the lone AND gate because they didn't want to throw one more chip on there for a single gate. I've actually done that before, so I fully approve. I did it a different way when I did it, but I had an exclusive OR chip, so I just tied the 2 inputs together. So I needed an extra inverter on my circuit. And if you tie the inputs of an exclusive OR gate together, it forms an inverter. So that was a simple solution to getting an extra part that I needed without adding an extra chip. Okay, that wants to be bent much tighter. So that is, sorry, buddy. I knocked the mouse over and it landed on Tam. I didn't click anything I shouldn't have. Oh, I still have the where's the mouse? Really? Oh my goodness, why is the mouse misbehaving like this? All right, must have had something in the laser. All right, that's better. All right, so I think I'll put that in later. Let's see. Yeah. So many of these chips are actually decoder chips. So you have like, say, you know, like this one here is a 5 to 7 decoder. There's a 2 to 4, 2 to 4. I have no idea what this 0 to 1 is. The accumulator here is actually a multiplexer. It's not actually an accumulator. It's redirecting either an input or an output to different locations. And it's such a baffling design. Like logically, it clearly makes sense. It's just I haven't mapped it out yet, and it's magic to me at the moment. So, yeah. Okay. So R4, R5, and R8. This one's R9. It's 5. It's 8. It's 4. There's R9. So these are just resistor packs. So there's multiple resistors in the one component. I'm just going to tack that from the top of the board. So it won't fall out when I flip it. Okay, so this is R4, 5, and 8. Don't think these are taller than the chips, so I'm putting them in and hoping I don't regret that. So these particular ones have a single common pin, and then The other pins are each an individual resistor. Oh my goodness, there's that ground plane. So basically the ground plane sucks up all the heat, so it can be a little pain to solder. Okay. So with that, all the resistors should be installed. Got these little capacitors, C1, 2, and 3. I think I can get away with installing these right away. They're very low profile. That is fine by me. Means they shouldn't interfere with the chips when I flip the board to solder. I am going to raise those up just a hair. I don't want them flush with the board. The reason I don't want them flush with the board is if they are flush and any sideways pressure is ever applied to them, they could crack. Just making sure that there's a little bit of exposed lead avoids that, because they can bend at the lead instead of break. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the transistor and the fuse, because those sit kind of high. That's... Oh yeah, that's right. Chips. Here. So, the original kit, so I've just got the chips packed in tubes, and I'm fine with that, because I can read the part numbers. I know how to put this together, no problem. The original kit came with a block of foam, kind of like how, you know, the ROM chip here is packed, but it was a block of foam the size of the circuit board, or almost, and all the chips were laid out in the foam as they're oriented and positioned on the board. They made it super foolproof to assemble the kit. You could literally take a chip out of the foam and put it in the same location on the board, and it was all designed to match. The level of detail that this Marcel dude put into just making the kit easy for beginners was phenomenal. Like, there are people who built one of these as the first time they ever soldered, and it worked, because that's how well designed the kit was. Subsequent kits, you know, like what I got now, they're not as nicely packed, but I'm fine with that. This still gets the job done quite well. Okay, so I am going to open this up. I'm just going to start grabbing chips and putting them in wherever they fit on the board. These, I don't know if there's a particular order that these chips are packed this way, but this is clearly not the same level of, refinement as the original kits, but all the parts are there, and that's what matters. And the tape is stuck to my finger. How hard is it to get tape off of these things? I guess the answer is quite. I haven't even brought it in from my car, but just for the heck of it, I decided to stop at a thrift shop today, and I found an old 5-tube radio. Actually, went ahead and snagged that. Okay, so these are 244, 240, 161, 161, another 161, even more. All right. Okay, so the 161. There. All right. 244. There. There. And there. Oh, interesting. That's not symmetrical. Okay. So 244, 244. All right. Something that will work for this. I was hoping I could avoid this, but I'm gonna have to. So rarely are the pins parallel when you get these chips new, and these are no exception. Oh, I don't want to drop these. So these 74 HCT 244s, actually it's a very common chip in old 8-bit computers. These are what are known as bus buffers. You basically can feed 8 bits into them and it amplifies the signal a bit so that it can drive multiple chips on a bus. They were very, very common. This is the 240, which is also a different type of bus buffer. That goes goes here. Oh, interesting. They're using it as an inverter because it is an inverting bus buffer, but they're using it. Haha, I see what they're doing. They're using it to drive the diode logic here because diode logic isn't quite as efficient as transistor logic. It's simpler, but it takes a little more juice to feed the signal forward through it. That's a smart way to do it. So they wanted an inverter, but they also wanted to kind of drive a little power to it. That makes sense. So I'm just tacking the opposite corners of each chip, trying to. And what that does is it just makes sure that the chip cannot fall out when I flip the board to solder all the rest of the pins. I'm just doing a tiny little dab of solder on each corner. I could probably get away with doing only one tack. Because the chip won't fall out with one tack, but I need to make sure the chip's sitting flat when I solder it. Two tacks make sure it's always sitting flat. Oh, I know I have one of these somewhere. I wonder if I can find it. So these are clips that clip onto a chip. And gives you basically a bunch of test pins on the top that you can measure signals with. That's not what I was looking for. Those are neat. Not. I had a chip press. Oh my goodness. Thought I had one. Well, I may have one, but I just don't know what it is. And my hand on. Okay. Wait. I knew I had sockets. Oh, that's gross. Some adhesive from some Velcro. Oh, that's disgusting. All right, well, I'm probably not finding that tool. I'm 90% I own one. Oh, I damn. Fine thing of it. Oh, wow. Nope. point in wasting any more time looking for it because I don't think I'm going to find it. Okay. So 161. They're 161s. So these are going into the registers. What is the for all right. Binary counter. One element, 4-bit positive edge. Okay. So these are 4-bit binary counters. Ah. Okay, so 161. Just double check. Yep, 161. Yeah, that's the other nice thing about this board. If you know enough about electronics, you can build this board without a manual. Everything on the board is labeled. So I will say there's an exception. The capacitors values are not labeled on the board, but no two capacitors have the same footprint, meaning you can't put C1, 2, or 3 into any spot for C4 or C5 through the rest of them. They all have individual lead spacing, so you can only fit the capacitors where they belong. It's kind of nice. Okay, so all 4 of these are 74 161s. Yeah, I'm getting tired of this busted nail. So I will use my $120 clipper to trim said busted nail. There you go. Oh, hello. Happy Monday. Yeah, I am building a Gigatron kit. Um, this was designed by a guy named Marcel. I am going to butcher his last name for everyone. Can I find it? Okay. Marcel van Kervinck and Walter Belgers. So Marcel, sadly, he passed away back in 2020, but in the 4 years he worked with electronics, he came up with this computer. It's under 40 chips. There's no CPU, and It's an 8-bit machine with no CPU. It emulates a 16-bit CPU and outputs VGA in 64 colors. It's kind of nuts. Okay. My first computer was a Commodore 128. Ended up, my grandma got it for me for my 5th birthday. So I was a little young for a machine like that. My cat is making sounds. And we ended up selling it to the local library. So my first computer was their first computer. And a couple years later, when I learned more about electronics, I managed to snag a TRS-80 Color Computer 2 for free because it was broken. And I fixed that when I was 10. And that was my second computer. Okay. That is one thing that I really wished I would have had a chance to pick up back when it was junk. The cat is making very concerning noises. I expect to find things on the floor. Um, but yeah, I never got a chance to have an Amiga. I really wish I could have grabbed one. I knew someone with a CD32, and they had a big Rubbermaid tote full of software for it. Apparently, they got it at some sort of liquidation back when the company went bankrupt. And I wanted that thing so bad. I told the guy flat out, please, if you ever decide to get rid of it, I will buy it from you. Threw it away. I was so mad. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Spot beam. So what were you up to? Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting to another Hamfest someday. I went to one in, was it St. Joseph, Missouri, back in 2003. I think that's the only one I've ever actually been to. Now, what I have been to far more often, back in the 2000s, I used to go every month to a robotics meetup. Okay. And man, I kind of miss those robotics meetups, but it's been a while since I've been to one. But yeah, we always had a swap table there. It's a bit of a drive to get up there though, so haven't gone for a while. All right, so that's the first tube of chips. All right, so it looks like this tube is just the 74 153s. So what are those? They are 4-to-1 line selector multiplexers. So this is a really interesting arrangement. So the arithmetic logic unit here, instead of being a traditional ALU, I think I've got that same thing, but it's old Mac software. So each bit, so this bit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, these chips are choosing one of four inputs. And that's determined by the control logic here, which is actually just a diode logic. I still remember playing Duke Nukem 3D on an old Performa 550, which was an awful, awful, awful Mac. It is amazing the way Apple crippled their own machines just so they'd have more SKUs so they could have granular pricing from the bottom all the way to the top. All right, so this is all the same chip, 74 HCT 153. So that is, what I said that was a one of four input selection, basically. Yeah, there was a period where I had quite the collection of old computers, and I started getting rid of some of them, and I kind of regret that. I had um, I had three Apple IICs, and oof, I wish I had those. I also had a pair of Atari 800s. Um, what else? I had a Commodore PET, and it quit working on me. And instead of, I didn't have the skills when I was that young still to fix that level of a problem. I wish I'd have held on to it, and I ended up just taking the thing apart. But man, yeah. I had a ColecoVision Atom. That was a weird system. Um, I always remember back in the 90s, there was this really cheesy sci-fi, like computer sci-fi show called VR5, and it was really dumb. But I remember they had a ColecoVision Atom as their old machine from the flashbacks, and I always thought that was kind of funny because that was a cheap machine. That was that was a little bit above an Atari 2600. Oh man, I still have a top loader NES. I modded it with the high def NES mod, which adds an HDMI port to it. I've got an original, I've gotten an original Super NES circuit board, as well as the Slim style NES or Super NES. Those all work. I've got a couple Virtual Boys, and I don't know if any of them work properly anymore. My cat is snooping. And it's making me very nervous because I'm sure he's going to knock something over. Tam, buddy. One moment. I've also got a Nintendo 64 with an HDMI mod as well. How you doing, Uber? Oh boy. Yep, he's just snooping. He'll eventually come on camera, introduce himself to you, and bite me. That's his thing. He bites me. What are you doing back there? Yeah, the life of having a cat is just expecting your stuff to be on the floor. Having a cat is an amazing way to clean up clutter on your shelves. Because if you don't clean it up, they will. Stinkers. Okay, 153. Okay. So yeah, this one down here is being used as what they're calling a condition coder. Basically, they're taking a 2-bit input and using it to select one of 4 different input options. There's a lot of that on this computer. It's a Harvard architecture machine, which means that instructions and data are kept in separate parts of memory. It allows for much simpler hardware, but programming it is a chore. And on top of everything else, this thing bit bangs VGA and sound. It has no video or audio hardware. It's literally just manually feeding the signal from RAM. So whenever it's doing that, it can't process anything. So it actually has the option to knock things over, you Uber. Match, knock things over. So that's good. Yeah. Come here, buddy. Anyway, we'll see if we get this cameo here. Oh, he is in full snoop mode. What are you doing? Here, buddy. Quit digging. I'm just tacking the corners so that the chips don't fall out when I flip the board to solder the rest of the pins. I've got both parts washer. It's an Anycubic parts washer that I have filled with isopropyl alcohol that I use to clean boards with. So later on, I'll probably just dunk this thing in there, run a cleaning cycle, and wash all the flux off. But I'm not going to do that while I'm streaming. Alright, so what do we got left for chips? 273, 283, 377, 595. Could go the ultrasonic cleaner route, but honestly, the Anycubic parts washer works pretty good, and it's a lot less hassle. My ultrasonic cleaner is big. I got it to well, yeah, you have a great night too, and I'm gonna have fun trying to finish this thing up. I also hope my VGA capture solution works. Speaking of which, what the heck did I do with my... Okay, I gotta find my VGA capture device. Put it somewhere. That might be something I should have looked for before I started streaming. I just ordered it. I think it's still sitting in the box. Alright, so we got 74HC 595. Okay, that is the shift register that reads the serial input. And once again, thanks for the raid, if you're still there. Okay, what's catching? What is with this one? There we go. That one was stubborn. To be fair, I probably wouldn't need to solder that one. It's good staying in on its own, but I'll do it anyway. Alright, so 377s. So that is a positive edge trigger D-type flip-flop. So this is the most actual register-like chip yet. That is a bent pin. Okay, 377. So there's a 377 there, and one for the VGA output. So that kind of makes sense. This chip is basically serving as like a single, let's see, how many? Oh, octal. Okay, so it is octal. So this is basically like one single byte of memory. It's 8 flip-flops. They can store a single byte worth of data, and that's actually pretty much exactly what a register is. It's essentially a single byte or word or whatever of memory. Okay, 377 right there. All right. That's really the, okay, yeah, that, I guess, yeah, that would be an accumulator of a sort. It's so funny that, like, their accumulator is just a register, basically, but they're actively switching inputs into it, and I presume out of it. It's such a bizarre design. I love it. 283. There's two of these. And 273. There's three of them. And that was inevitable. Amazing, I didn't mangle the pins. Alright, so 283. These are the adders. So there's a 4-bit binary full adder with fast carry. This is probably the most complicated chip on this entire board. Maybe the shift register is more complicated under the hood in terms of just volume, but I don't think so. I think these full adders are the most complex chip on the entire thing, which is wild. I mean, not counting the memory, the RAM and the ROM. That's just quantity. But yeah, logic-wise, these adder chips that's pretty much it. This is as complex as it gets. So start to come together. All right. Okay. Interesting. Do I have another tube? I am just realizing. These are the 113s for, I believe, the memory board. That's the memory. That. Oh, geez. Okay, there it is. I was starting to get a little worried there. Another tube of chips. I knew there was more chips. That had me worried. All right. So these are 4 157s, the 139, the 2 138s, 32, and the 04. That covers all the remaining logic. The 273s, got these here. So that's all the chips. All the simple TTL chips anyway. All right. Yeah, I got really nervous when I didn't see that fourth chip tube, but it was there. It just kind of fell behind other things. There we go. Okay, 273, these two spots. I put so little bend to the leads on that one that it practically is like a spring holding it in place. And that was another thing with this board design. They could have, routed it more simply, but they actually took the time to, give it a symmetrical routing. Like this is just beautiful. Um, they laid everything out logically. They even went through the extra effort of making sure that all the chips, all the horizontal chips are oriented with pin 1 to the left, and all the vertical chips pin 1 facing up. So everything has aligned orientations. It's phenomenal. I don't know if I've ever seen a kit that was more nicely made than this thing. Like I am sitting here building it. The manual is down here. Like, I don't need the manual to build it. It's just that, well, the board itself is its own documentation. It really is something else. Just making sure everything is tacked. Okay, that's all looking good. On to the next tube. Okay, so there are 474 HCT 157s. Okay, I'm going to take this moment. It's a little quiet. I'm going to go grab the VGA converter. I'm going to need that eventually anyway. All right, found it. And it comes with an audio cable, so I'm good to go there too. Perfect. So I'm going to have to convert VGA to HDMI and hope that the weird video signal this puts out is something that my HDMI capture card will be able to actually pick up. So, although now that I realize I don't need the VGA cable because this will plug directly into the back of the Gigatron. So cool. So I'll basically just have an HDMI on the back of this thing. So that's awesome. Yep, that's the 157. It really is kind of amazing. These 7.4 series chips. The first ones came out in the late 60s. And it's just been such an industry standard that, across multiple manufacturers, companies have just adopted this numbering system as just the standard for this type of logic. And I'm glad these kind of chips are still available. Obviously, most modern devices aren't going to use them, but they still have their uses in small, simple devices, and honestly, for teaching and hobby projects and stuff like that. So I'm definitely glad these chips are still available even after all these years. We are getting close. 2, 3, 4, 5 chips left. So that's the 139. This should be the two 138. These are both decoder chips. The 132 is an OR gate. There's 4 OR gates in that chip. And then the 04, can't remember, is that a NAND gate? Nope, wrong. It's a 6-channel inverter. It's the the NAND gate. I'm curious. I want to know. Yeah, is the 00 is the NAND gate. So I knew there was a NAND gate down in those single digits. All right, so 139. So this is a decoder chip. Specifically, it's a dual 2-line before decoder. So it's a 2-bit input that selects one of 4 outputs. and it's got 2 of those per chip. So a lot of these decoder chips are coming off the ROM chip. So I think what's happening here is that the instruction is essentially picking one of multiple different options and essentially selecting that to pass on to the processing logic. It is a weird design that relies more on routing signals from or to different places than just, I think, performing the logic on the signal. It's honestly a bizarre design, and I think that's why I love it so much. It really does think outside the box. And then the software, that's a whole different level. I cannot express how utterly crazy it is that this 8-bit Harvard architecture CPU-less computer runs code on a virtual 16-bit CPU run out of ROM. Yeah. Okay. Interestingly enough, these 74138 chips, I use these on my Spider robot to basically limit the outputs so that only valid motor driver outputs can be sent. Because there are outputs that, would basically short out the motor controller. And so having that chip there, it kind of functions as a filter. If the wrong signals come through, it basically prevents those signals from passing to the motor controller. All right, 2 chips left, and then it's just the ROM and the RAM. Really, last chip and I have a lead bend on me. What are the chances? Really? That last one was kind of stubborn. All right, that's all the small chips soldered. All right, so it's chunky. Oh wow, yeah, it's really absorbing the heat. All right, let's get those handful of leads trimmed. All right, so this is going to be the most soldering of the whole project. So I'm just going to knock it out. Okay. 10:44 is a little later than I wanted to be working on this, but it's fine. Actually got quite a bit of sleep last night, so if I go late, I'm cool with that. All right. See if I can actually get the microscope to work for this. Oh, that's dropping. I'm gonna have to tighten that up. All right, I think that's as good as I'm getting it. Let's see how this goes. Okay. I definitely need to fill up a few of them. Okay. All right. Okay, so far so good. Trying to get used to using the microscope for my primary view and not just staring directly at the board. So do this from a more relaxed position here too. All right, it's working. Oh, I'm too relaxed here. I get tired. Uh, this is dangerous. Recliner soldering. Dangerous. I wanna lean back, close my eyes. So, one thing I could definitely use. I wish I had an extra armrest here. Oh well, can't get too relaxed. I want that data sheet. There we go. Grab that later. Of course, let's focus. My camera setup's a little goofy. I basically got AliExpress cameras with manual lenses. They work. Of course, it's manual focus. So, not ideal, but it works. And it's out of focus again. Ultimately, I think it's because the board is just kind of not perfectly level. Nothing would make me happier than 3DS style 3D screen displaying a stereoscopic microscope view. That would be amazing. But yeah, I don't see that happening soon. My biggest problem with this particular setup is since I don't have depth of view, it's very easy for me to see a solder joint be completely full when I barely have solder on the pad. So from the side, I can see that the pad's barely covered, but from the top, it looks fine. So I'm actually just retouching a few other connections that I just did. I can see them easier from an angle. I really don't want to deal with the board at an angle because it'll be focus problems. I think I just felt the board shift a moment ago. It's getting there. All right. All right. Okay. Hopefully that audio level is all right. Tam is sitting in the window, which is perfectly fine by me. right. Okay. So yeah, I was discussing earlier about how this 1 pound roll of lead-free solder costs $260. There's a different roll that costs only $165. You know, big savings. I think I recall that stuff when the lead-free came out. I want to say it was $40, and I think I spent only $20 on a pound of regular leaded solder. And yeah, I think I'm set for solder. Have like a shoebox full of 1 pound rolls of the older leaded solder that I got pretty much for free when the company I worked for switched over to lead free. And for hobby stuff, I will always use the lead-based solder. Although at least a couple rolls I've got are kind of nasty stuff. They have beryllium in it. It's meant for some kind of really niche applications. I just stick with the standard 67, or no, 6337 lead to tin ratio. This stuff is 6337. Hoping the audio is all right. I just want to put something up so there'd be something to go into the silence. Honestly, I'm just focusing on a lot of these connections. pretty close to finishing all the chip soldering. After that, there's some capacitors, transistor, the diodes. The diodes have a vertical mounting orientation, so those will be a little interesting to install, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Alright, this is the last stretch of the small chips. After this, I will install the capacitors, diodes, oh dear, this is hot, Tam. Goes away. It's lead. Can't have that. Yo. You're adorable, but you are a pain in the butt. Well, I guess it's cat time. Hey, buddy. How you doing, Tam? You're adorable. Please don't eat the leaded solder. You are already you're short on brain cells, buddy. Nope. No. 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 Cannot have the lead. Sorry, buddy. It's for your protection. Nope. Don't go over there. Hi, Tim. He's my good boy. A very disruptive good boy. Right? You're a good boy, Tim. Oh, you're just up right now, aren't you? Yeah. Oops. Oh, that's what fell. Here, buddy. Come on. Come on. You are a sweet. Please don't go into the mechanism of the chair. Oh, good. There's a flap there. You can't do that. Good. Oh, that is not something I need to worry about. Ow! Hey! No biting! Oh, Uber. Okay. Back to work. You stinker. You stinker. He's being so nice. Alright. Back to work. We have paid the cap tax. I don't have wheels on this chair. I just have low friction sliders, which does mean that the chair doesn't roll around on me, but it also is a little bit of a pain to get it right up against the workbench too. And yeah, I realize this is a really odd work chair. It is technically a recliner, but the back legs are actually jacked up, so it doesn't recline as much. It just kind of has a more neutral stance. If you lean back in it, it can still recline. It's just not as reclined. Stretch here. These are soldering chips. All right. Give that a once over here. I think, nope, I missed one. That is why we double check. That's a little funny. All this time it was stable until just now on the last chip where the board shifted and it was, yep, out of focus. Yep, 5 more to solder. 3, 2, and the last one. Okay. That's pretty cool. That is getting to be a pretty full board. So, capacitors are next. Whoa. Okay. There it is. All right, so I need to watch out for that. Okay. So all these capacitors are the decoupling capacitors. So their primary purpose is to stabilize the voltage rails. So this thing runs off of 5 volts. It's a pretty straightforward, TTL circuit. That's transistor logic. That's just the class of, logic chips that this uses. When those transistors inside the chip do their switching, it can draw more or less power at any given moment. And so having local capacitors near individual chips helps to provide a little bit of power stabilization. There are a few of these. In most circumstances, it's not the end of the world if you're missing 1 or 2 of these. I'm going to try to give these a little bit of a bend so that they kind of just stay in place. Yeah, this seems to work pretty nicely. I just give the leads a slight outward bend. When I push them together enough to go into the hole, they actually kind of hold in place like a spring almost. It really is kind of nuts what this thing can do with so little. It does have some built-in software, but it is possible to load additional programs onto the thing through the controller port, which is just the serial port. And the adapter that converts, a PS2 keyboard to work with this thing, it actually has the option to run to load files in off of an SD card. It's totally overkill for, compared to the processing power to this thing. But, it's just kind of the input adapter. Buddy, being cute. So all of these are the same value capacitor, so they're pretty easy to populate. I imagine the little dude's hearing something talk. He thinks I'm talking to him. Yeah. For a moment I was. Foot, meat, claw. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, system only has 8 instructions for the 8-bit processing that it does. There's load, and, or, exclusive or, add, subtract, store, and jump. That's it. And they say it's a reduced instruction set system. They ain't kidding. Literally 8 instructions, and yet those 8 instructions, this thing can emulate a 6502. This thing can run a virtual 16-bit CPU. It really, really is nuts what this thing can pull off. Literally, I think the most complex chip is these two right here. These are the two adders. So it's a 4-bit adder, so there's a low adder, a high adder, and them combined makes a full 8-bit adder. Almost done loading these. That's good. Okay, dead on. This kit, at least the one that I got, this isn't one of the original kits. Those sold out years ago. So this is basically a kit made by just another, party. These ones, they are not forgiving on part count. There are no extra parts. Yeah. I'm really glad everything is here. I'm really glad I haven't dropped it. Well, I dropped one chip, but I found it right away. And just earlier, I had one capacitor go flying, but again, I found it right away. Yeah, there was no leeway with this particular kit I got. All right, that's all the decoupling capacitors installed. So now I have one single capacitor left. Along with this transistor. Alright, so this is an electrolytic capacitor. Oh, we got nice ones. That's a shield. Alright. So, plus is marked on the right. The stripe marks the negative. So, I'm going to tag that. Alright. Okay, this is definitely loosened. That's one section down. Just gonna get rid of microscope view because it's not really doing good. Alright. So this is the control section. There's actually not a lot of chips in this section. This is the instruction and data registers. This is basic data coming off the ROM chip. So a lot of what's set up there is, it's executing code for the 8-bit, Harvard architecture, processing, but it's essentially emulating a 16-bit CPU and process. It's kind of nuts. So this is the X register. Playing with his toys. Having fun, Cam. Galloping. That's the Y register. So this transistor and the capacitor is up here along the crystal, which I haven't installed yet, formed the clock. So the clock's right here. This here is the program counter. I actually know my layout for this thing pretty well now. Okay, oh, Tam, this is hot. You get down. Oh, gosh. Come on, buddy. Oh, my goodness. He's got the zoomings, which is not a good combination for when I'm soldering. He's beating my head with that tail. Don't you deal. You're adorable. Uber. Okay, bye. Oh boy. Yeah. I don't need surprise Kit Kat when I'm soldering. Right, bud? Oh. Fortunately, he's never been burned by this thing. I don't want him to suffer. But if he ever does, he's gonna learn fast. Don't do that, buddy. You're too cute to suffer. Right. I think I got all of them, but we'll find out when I trim everything. Oh, that's good. Hi, Tam. How you doing, buddy? Soldering irons put away, so you're kinda safe. You're adorable. Ow. Thanks, buddy. I needed new holes in my shoulder. Thank you for those. Alright. So far, so good. Oh, it's after. Ow! You know, buddy, this is a work shirt. I gotta trim them claws. Okay, that is looking pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna save the crystal for later because it's such a tall part. Man. Really? That works. Might as well get these soldered in. It's so funny. This thing uses a. Oh, that's interesting. I make the same mistake on that. All right. Now I want to see what the manual says. So the power connector is a micro USB. They only connect 2 of the 5 pins, and on both revisions of this board, both revisions, they use vias for the unused 3 pins and not through holes, which means presumably I need to trim those leads to make it fit. However, do they say to do that? The Gigatron needs a 5-volt power supply. Since USB power is widely available, provides 5 volts. Chosen to use USB. The USB connector does not provide any data capabilities. The connector is pins for data, but these are not used on outside. Power the kit with a power bank, you might find the system shuts down after a while. It's due to the fact that Gigatron uses so little power that the power bank thinks nothing is connected. Huh, funny. There is no mention of trimming those pins. Interesting. Let's see. So, yeah, so that's interesting. Huh. So, there's no mention of trimming the pins. So, somewhere along the line between the original kits and this going open source, I'm going to turn the microscope on so you can see this. All right, so the USB Mini, yeah, that's how old this kit is, has 5 pins. If you look at the board, you can see there are spots for 5 pins, but the 3 middle ones are not through holes, they're vias, and they are basically closed off. So they kind of sacrificed the ability to use, like, I get it, those pins aren't used for data, but they could have been used for structural stability. So it's kind of unfortunate that they, somewhere along the way, the board changed. They forgot that, you know,
It still uses pins for structure. Well, not like this, so I have trouble. Now it fits. So these large pins they're just for structure. It's meant to hold the connector in place. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and solder the top side of these too, just for that extra holding power. So with that, okay, it's blue. Let's just had more lights. Green. This is the color I use on my purple stuff. I'm gonna make this the power LED. I really like that color. So now the big debate is I feel like I want some height to this. That's right. The other day, it was like 3 months ago, I was looking for my very tiny heat shrink and I never found it. So oh, hot, toasty. Really? Ugh. This would work if I had the right heat shrink. So yeah, I'm just trying to form this heat shrink. So we can get a little more done, but that might be all I can muster here. That should work. Okay, so typically with LEDs, the short lead is usually the negative. So just want to get some height on that LED so it'd be a little more prominent. So now
officially have every part of the power supply installed. So in theory, that's not the USB mini. Ah, really? Did I grab the wrong plug? I'll be right back. It's ready. You said I didn't have far to look. So, this works. Power supply is okay. I have a light. So that means there's no shorts. I really like that blue-green color. That's the same color I'm using for backlighting on my Kerbal instrument panel. And that's my power LED. I'm happy with that. So now I am going to simplify this whole process. I am going to have one shrink channel going through the center. I'm just going to have the one. So I don't need two of them to insulate both leads. I just need one of them, and that will keep the two leads separated. I can easily run, the one channel through. I just want these LEDs raised up off the board a bit.
So I'm pretty happy so far. No shorts in the power supply is a good start. So yeah, trying to force two leads through there is pointless. I can literally just put one in and then one lead goes outside the hole. So that's simple enough. All right, so I have a blue. I'll grab one blue LED. I've got more colors than I know what to do with, but whatever. I actually bought one of each color just because I really like this style of LED just because it's different. That's an empty bag. Okay, so yellow, green, and red. I've got orange, but I've only got 4 colors, so I'll do 2 warm and 2 cool. The orange is just too close to the red, so this is red. That one's blue. This is the yellow. And the green. So just on the stock board, this will get me at least 5 colors. The red, the yellow, the green, the blue for the blinking lights over here. Then I'll have the blue-green for the power. So red first. Oh, that's lit. Okay. I wasn't expecting that to be lit. I'm actually curious what the manual says about that. Because part of what they did with the design is as you're assembling it, they get to different steps which they have you apply power. And it's supposed to essentially be like, well, you got this far and it does this, so you're all good. Okay. So it seems, so the manual basically says if you solder LEDs here, um, some of them may light up. So it seems like it's a random power on thing. So let's see. Okay, I know I had 4 of those. Really? Alright, well, I guess I'm putting another one. Oh no, it's in there already. That's why I don't see it. Never mind. That seems pretty consistent. Oh, well. I can. Hey, buddy. The only problem with square LEDs is they're a lot more finicky to get them to line up. It's all right. I wanted the square LEDs.
Is it good? How's the sound? I'm trying to get a little background music going, but I don't know if it's overpowering or how it sounds, or if it even is coming through. I am petting a kitty cat. Oh, okay, so it's that quiet, huh? Is anything coming through? Is it pretty quiet or okay? Oh, he is just eating that up. If I lean back, I'm gonna smush Kitty because he's behind me. All right. Well, it ain't much, but power supply works. Got one of the LEDs lit. There's no program running, so I think that's maybe normal. So, almost all the chips are in. The only thing really left is the clock crystal, the RAM, the ROM, the diodes for the control logic, and then the serial and VGA port. That's it. I'm actually really close to done. I do not think that oh, I don't think my brain works. Does that fit in there with the power? No, it doesn't. I gotta load it from the other end. Okay. I didn't think about that. Okay, diodes next. So, just gonna trim a bunch of these. This thing is actually really close to being potentially operational. There's not that much work left on it.
all of these diodes. Gotta find the microscope. So all these diodes have to get bent like this, and then they get loaded onto the board in these positions. And what this actually is, this chip is a selector chip. It's actually, it's an inverter, but it's also a line driver. So input 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, and 1, 1 line up with each of these rows. You'll notice there's a 0 in each spot where there's no diode, but where there's a diode, that's a 1. That's how all the control logic is decoded. And there's some additional stuff down here. So there's an additional row here of some extra decoding. And then there's just some extra logic here. But this is the actual instruction set of the whole computer. It's only 8 instructions. Load and or, exclusive or, add, subtract, store, and jump. And with just those few instructions, it is able to do everything that it needs to do. He is just snuggled up behind me, and he is very happy, and I am petting him, and I can't lean back. I guess that's just my fate. New microscope. So I'm just gonna quickly. Oh, he hears a plastic bag getting blown by the fan. So now he's got to go investigate. So got to bend all these over. Okay. He's gone. I can lean back again. Okay. 5 hours and 45 minutes. At least since since I had to restart OBS. It always takes longer because, you end up talking, going on tangents, the fun parts. So this whole bit with the diode logic is a lot like my diode ROMs that I did for the Kerbal instrument panel. Really? Focus. But yeah, so I did these diode ROMs and you can actually see the exact pattern of the bits because there's a diode in the locations where there's a 1. Or in this case, a 0 because this circuit is active negative. But yeah, you can literally see the bit pattern. And it's the same concept with the logic decoding, or the instruction decoding on this board. Okay, almost done bending diodes. Just literally bending these by hand. I'm bending them on the side with the black band. So see, there's a black band that indicates the negative side of the diode. That's literally all it takes. Once the metal has a bend in it, it kind of almost tends to continue bending there. Not always, but 99% of the time. It's a tight fit. Let's see, focus it a little better. Well, I can focus it a little worse. So these symbols are very tiny, but it looks like the negative is a square pad. So just gotta feed them in. Still checking. It's definitely negative to the right. Well, from that side of the board. Or left now. No, it's just an arbitrary orientation, but it feels so weird with the board being upside down. I am tired. I was hoping to finish the expansions, but I don't know if I'm going to do that tonight. It's already 1. Would like to at least get it moving. I will probably continue this tomorrow. Finish up the expansion boards and do a little more testing with it. I've seen the version of Snake that's on this, and it's a very basic version, and it kind of plays really fast. I've never seen anyone play it well. It's one of the demos that's included on it. I think it's a terrible demo, but ROM version 6, I believe, also has a Tetris clone, and kind of the big benchmark for this thing is rendering the Mandelbrot set. Which is, for anyone who doesn't know, a fractal pattern that has a bunch of recursive elements to it. That's pretty much what fractal is, but it's a neat pattern. And I think in the slowest mode, this thing takes 20 minutes to process a full screen. I think in the fastest mode, it takes something like 8 minutes. So there's kind of a pole position style game. I don't think there's other cars, but you have to stay on the track and not, crash out on the shoulder. So, there's some basic, simple games on it. But yeah, I think there's a lot more, I think, that's, done kind of as homebrew stuff. And those are things that in theory can be loaded onto an SD card and imported into RAM to run. That's the other wild thing about this device. It doesn't, the native machine language doesn't support running program instructions and program data in the same memory. But you can load a file where those are unified in the same memory, because the programs that you load are never native programs. They're all running the 16-bit virtual CPU. It's just such an uncanny, crazy design. I love it. It's interesting the way they used just a handful of diodes here to implement this particular piece of logic here. It's actually a very, I'll call it, traditional way of encoding data. One of the earliest arcade games had a ship that was basically, rendered on the screen as a handful of pixels. And that ship on that, the motherboard for that arcade was encoded with diode ROM. And the way they laid it out on the board, you could actually see the sprite of the ship in a bunch of different rotational positions in different spots on the board. So it was all encoded physically with diodes. Because it was laid out electrically the same way it appeared on the screen, you literally could see copies of the ship physically laid out in the pattern of components on the motherboard. It's really cool. Just trying to get a fairly uniform height here. I am absolutely taking this thing to work. Our workbench has a KVM with a bunch of video inputs, including VGA inputs, so I'm just going to literally plug this thing in and I want to see it go. I want a little strain relief. I know normally you would just mount the crystal flush to the board, but I just want a little bit of strain relief. Ow, that was hot. All right. gosh, it barely makes it through. I don't know why some of those diodes got cut so short. Make sure they didn't slip down. Nope, that's in there. Correct. Okay. That's pretty clear. Half done with the control circuits. Got the clock and the clock crystal installed. As soon as I finish soldering this down here, the instruction and control logic will be done. At that point, the only thing left will be the ROM, the RAM, the serial input, and the VGA output. That's it. What I will do is I will unplug the microscope. Excuse me. I will unplug the microscope and I will plug that HDMI cable into the back of the Gigatron, so I'll have a way to capture it. Oh, shoot, I suppose I still got to build the pluggy McPlug face to be able to use a keyboard on it, because I don't have a game controller for it. So I gotta at least build one of the accessory boards in order to be able to even use it. Power it on, but I won't be able to use it without that adapter board. Yes, the official name for it is Pluggy McPlugface. Carrying on a fine tradition of McFaces. Okay, I like how that crystal ended up. Problem with flush mounting any component is if you put lateral pressure on it, it's really easy to break things. apologize for covering the board where I'm clipping, but it's easier to have a finger in the way of what I'm trimming than have it launch, into suborbital trajectory. Alright. Very satisfied with that. Okay. So since I'm probably not building the memory expander tonight, I'm just going to put in the regular RAM. Okay, so now I remember these notes. Okay. I'm going to borrow 2 capacitors from the accessories. I remember this now. The zero insertion force socket interferes with these 2 decoupling capacitors. So whoa. So what I'm going to do here, remove both of these. And the manual actually goes out of the way to say that you can remove these and run it without them. That's fine. But since, you know, I can, I'm just going to replace them with ones with slightly longer leads. And then actually, you know what? I know exactly what I'm going to do. It's actually what they suggested in the manual. I'm going to mount them to the bottom. I could try to bend them over and get them to fit on the top, but there's really not much purpose in it. Oh, if I was smart, I'd just grab my desoldering gun, but I don't feel like it. So I'm not even going to grab different ones. I'm just going to stick with the original ones. So I am going to trim these leads more flush. Yeah, I totally forgot about this little detail. They actually go out of the way to point out in the manual that if you're using a 0 insertion force socket, to expect this. Oh my goodness. So this preserves the decoupling capacitors while not interfering with the ZIF socket. There we go. All right, so those are dealt with. now I can install this. It's going to be a pain because the pins are too wide. I had to trim them all earlier. Oh, my eyes are crossing. Okay, I think they're all in. Yes, they are. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that thing fits so far down. I didn't trim it that deep. Wow. All right, that fit better than I thought it was gonna. Perfect. All right, cool. So these pins, I had to manually trim every single one of them to be narrower because they're too wide to fit the holes in the circuit board. So that was the thing. But it was a chore, but it wasn't too bad. Obviously, the pins all just fit, so it was a success. Yeah, we are very close to being able to see if it's actually functional here. All right, the ROM socket is soldered. Now we're just going to finish up the RAM. We are very nearly done. So once I install so all right, here we go. All right. So this is why these zero insertion force sockets are great. Literally drop it in. And it's in there. So guess I don't need those after all. Can't really use the vise anymore because connectors actually get in the way of it. Probably still make use of it. Actually, that'll work. I'm about to obliterate this solder. gotta do the structural posts, and it's done. I'm gonna quick build the plug-in that plug face. Should be done with that. I do have a PS2 keyboard, actually from a Commander X16, which of course is another homebrew computer. I hope they pre-program these, because I certainly don't have anything set up to program these if I have to. So the Gigatron is this computer. So Really? Huh. So this I actually do need instructions for. Oh, it does have to be programmed. I don't have time to set that up tonight or do it, which sucks. Additionally, they don't have pictures and they don't show. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that's frustrating. They don't have a silk screen indicator of which is pin 1 on this board. Oh my goodness. So yeah, this is a much later part. This is from like January 2025. Definitely, goodness. Well, that's frustrating. Guess I'm not. Guess I'm not installing this. Make most of it at least. I do like how chunky this button is. So I need to look up a picture of what the face. So that does at least confirm the orientation. All right, well, I can at least assemble this, but I will have to program it. Oh, man. I'm bummed that this needs to be programmed first, because I'm just not set up for it. So yeah, looking in the manual, it's apparently sometimes necessary to load an older version of the Arduino IDE libraries, because apparently this thing has 2 bytes free after it's programmed with the software that's necessary to run the SD card and the PS2 port. Apparently newer versions of the libraries are bigger, so they don't fit on it, which means I can't even download the latest version. I've got to download a specific version and then program it with that. Ugh. It is 2 a.m. It is 2 a.m. right now. I am not installing an Arduino library, or, well, the Arduino software in general at 2 a.m. I'll build the thing. Okay, so this goes to the Gigatron. Side goes to the game port. This is the keyboard connector. You know what? Do I have? Oh no, that's a good question. Do I have the chip for the regular plug face? So if I got the original chip, I could just build that, which give me a keyboard port. I think I have the chip though for it. Yeah, because that was a blank board. I don't have a chip for that. That's a bummer. I have this thing starting and not be able to do a damn thing with it. That's assuming it runs. I'll give it a shot here in a moment. I'm just about done with this here. Okay, so this plugs in here, and that provides a PS2 keyboard plug as well as a pass-through for a game controller. Additionally, there's an SD card slot and a reset button. And this is useless to me right now because I got to install not just software to program this, but a specific version. And that's not happening tonight. It's 2:10 a.m. So yeah. Oh, I installed that chip. I was supposed to install a socket. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to install a socket there. Well, this couldn't be a worse scenario because I just realized this thing is plugged. I need to replace the tip. So I don't even have my soldering done. Oh gosh. Chip on that location. 377. I guarantee I do not have a spare of that. So I can't put the chip out and just replace it. Well, that's not ideal, but it'll run. I just can't put the line doubler. Of course, yeah, it needs a 377 there. Did I buy a spare 377? So that's the typo. 273. That's memory expansion. 574. That is for this. This memory expansion. It's the socket for the bottom of that circuit board. Socket I was supposed to install. is not on that board, so that's that. Okay, so this is the NAND gate. That does go to this. Oh, what do we got? 377. Question is, does memory expansion use this? Or did I actually order a spare? 32, that would be for this. So, let's get rid of all the headers and sockets. Just okay. So these are the 113s, which I need 2. I ended up buying this entire tube because these were unobtainium from DigiKey, and when I looked on eBay, you could find these, but they were pricing them at like $10 a piece, and I needed 2 of them. And I get a whole tube for just over $20, so I just bought the tube. I don't know why they were so expensive, but it is what it is. So bought a whole tube. Then for the 128K memory expansion, I wanted to buy a chip. It's so expensive. I find the low speed ones for cheap, but the higher speed one that I needed for this, it has to be fast enough for the VGA signal generation, it was expensive. There's a whole tube, I didn't even realize it. It was the only one available. Yeah, that is spam. Yep, that is junk. Don't need that here. Alright, so got 74, 113. Oh, these had better be real. Okay, that just seems to be a weird texture in the corner, so I'll roll with it. I was very concerned looking at these. They might have been counterfeit chips, but I think they're alright.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe check out the report. Then standing on my Gigatron. Almost done. Oh, sorry, buddy. Ow. Oh. Okay, so memory expansion. So, got two of these. That uses one. This uses one. 32 is used by this. 125 is used by this. And that is a 233. And FIFO. No, the FIFO's for this. This is alright, so this is covered. This is the memory expansion. That means, okay, so that's the 0, 0. I got two 113s here. There's 574. I have the chip I need. I bought a spare. Which means, if I have to, I can be as destructive as I want taking that chip out. Oh. Rather not be destructive with it. I'm just gonna have to try to get my desoldering gun. Oh, you got me good. Oh. Man, I wish I had remembered to install that socket. Bummer. So, that's on. I want to know if I can get this to work. Yeah, that tip is completely plugged. Question. That's not.
just is. Tip, that's plugged. So if I can get it unplugged, it should be fine. But not a big thing here. Oh my goodness. I guess not there. My I suspect half of these things are on the floor behind here. But someone keeps knocking things down. Oh boy. Is this worth the job? Not ideal, but as long as I'm equipped for fun. Okay. Don't need it to be perfect, I just need it to work. Got a little hand tool that will hold a drill bit, but you know, things grow legs. And I'm I'm done looking for it. This will do the trick. Maybe. Wow. Okay. ITM. No. No. Nope. 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 Hey, no fighting. I will dump you out. No goober. That is very plugged up. Yeah, this is. goodness. This is... better drill bit. This doesn't do any better, but give it a try. At the very least, I think it's a different profile on the tip, which might give it a little extra progress compared to the other one. And I broke it. That didn't last long. Stay down from there. Don't bite. Aye. No biting. I'm done with that. This bit is kind of trashed, but it's
the right size, so
it would help if I had all my tools here.
this is frustrating.
Well, as much as I wanted to get the video repeater installed, because that's something I could do. Okay, it's catching. That's good. It's getting grip on something. Don't work. That's where those are. Cool. I didn't need to order more of them, but I guess I got them. Cool. I feel like this is just so close to breaking through. The issue here is various things in solder can kind of, over time, develop almost like a crystal. You know, it's basically metal that isn't going to melt at solder temperatures. And what's happened is this thing has been plugged with that general type of material. So it's, whoa, it broke through. I can see light. That did it. I'm through. It's clear. I can use my desoldering gun again. I have a feeling I may annoy some neighbors. It is almost 3 a.m. and I do not care because I am this close and I'm gonna send it. But before I do that, I am going to test it. No point in doing expansions if the main unit don't even work, so here we go. Get power. before I do anything, snap that shut so I don't fuse all those drill bits. All right. Okay, so of course they give me the shortest cable on earth. Grab this cable because it is ever so slightly longer. Ooh. It's not much longer, but take any bit I can. Alright, so we're unplugging the microscope. Okay, there we go. Really? I guess we're just going to do this. Alright, and here goes. This is the first full test. Oh, that's awesome. It works. It works. All right. I have no keyboard, no controller, so I can't make it do anything, which is very annoying. My goodness. Maybe I should have gone with the orange light. That yellow is dim. So that is pretty cool. So Snake is the... Don't eat the wires, you goober! I guess. Tim, you stop eating the wires. Oh, goodness. Chuck, no. Why are you like this? Well, I'm pretty happy. I wasn't sure it was going to work first try, but first try, that is working. I have no idea what GT mine is. Oh my god, Tim! Stop it! I love you, but you're stupid. I'll pet you aggressively till you go away. Yeah, I'm gonna pet you. I am quite happy with this outcome. I don't have a controller. Oh boy. Well, that's frustrating. Well, I think I'm gonna end it at this point. The honest truth is I could certainly build the line repeater. So if you notice, there are scan lines. Right now it's showing a single scan line, and you can actually adjust it to show full pixels, one scan line, two scan lines, and three scan lines. And sticker. You are going to get a diode up your butt. What are you chewing? Hey, bite. Well, I am happy it works. I'd like it to work better. I'd like to have inputs. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get that. That is just, it works. How about that? So yeah, I'm gonna have to get the pluggy McPlug face programmed, because unfortunately this microcontroller was shipped sealed, so it is not programmed. What? Stop chewing on things, including me. Ow! Yeah. Well, so far everything seems to work. This doesn't short anything out, so that's all good. Um, apparently that reset button doesn't do anything. It needs to be programmed. All right. All right. Well, I know it's functioning. That's the most important thing. It's really nuts that this thing works at all. It's just such a unique design. Well, it's 3 a.m. I'm gonna call it here. Um, I wish I had a controller or a programmed keyboard interface because I would very much like to be able to control this thing, and I can't. So, hmm, oh well. Anyway, I'm glad that it works. Um, yeah, disconnect that. I am pretty happy about that. All right. So that is the Gigatron. I think I will avoid annoying my neighbors and not run this at night because this is loud. Even though I really, 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 really want to. It is time for bed. So to anyone who watched, thanks for tuning in. And yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. Good night.